go back to? What would we ever go back to that's better than God? There's nothing to go back to. Why would you ever want to turn around and go back to the way it was? When God gives you an encounter, there's nothing to do but go forward. I've been changed. In the presence of God, I found grace and favor. And right now is the moment. Today is the day. I've been changed. I've been changed. And I have waited for this moment right here. And I won't So can we declare tonight? I won't go back, no. Come on, think about this. That's the reason to worship enough. Because of what Jesus has done. All been forgiven. No more shame. My past. Somebody declare it's over. Somebody say, right now. Today is the day. I've been changed. If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, see, I'm not satisfied with where I've been.
Good morning. Could you kindly take your seats, please? Thank you.
When you've done all you can, and it seems like it's never enough. And what do you say when your friends turn away? You're all alone. Tell me, what do you give when you're giving your all, and seems like you can't make it through? Well, you just stand when there's nothing left to do. You just stand, watch the Lord see you through. Yes, after you've done all you can, you just stand. Tell me, how do you handle the guilt of your past? Tell me, how do you deal with the shame? And how can you smile while your heart has been broken and filled with pain, filled with pain? Tell me, what do you give when you're giving your all? Yeah. Seems like you can't make it through. Child, you just stand when there's nothing left to do. You just stand, watch the Lord see you through. Yes, after you've done all you can, you just stand and be sure you're not entangled in that bondage again. You just stand and be sure God has a purpose. Yes, God has a plan. Tell me, when you've done all you can, and it seems like you can't make it through, child, you just stand. You just stand. Stand. Don't you dare give up. Through the storm, stand through the rain, through the hurt, yeah, through the pain. Don't you bow, and don't you bend. Don't give up. No, don't give in. Hold on. Hey, just be strong. God will step in. It won't be long, no. After you've done all you can. After you've done all you can. After you've gone through after you've gone through
Good afternoon. Good morning. Welcome to this celebration of the life of Dr. Ethnil Addie Ottley. Booker T. Washington said, "No man who continues to add something to the material, intellectual, or moral well-being of the place in which he lives is left for long without proper reward." Our Dr. Ethnil Addie Ottley has received numerous earthly awards and rewards, and now is a recipient of his heavenly rewards for his work here on earth. To begin our tributes and remarks, please welcome Robbie Brown.
Good morning. We're going to give the governor a chance and his cabinet a chance to sit down, or the executive branch. Good morning, sir. Better. All right, let's get this thing going. So good morning, everyone. We're here to celebrate the life of an icon, a legend, a friend, a family member, and a father, right? Grandfather, uncle, cousin, family. Addie, I've had the opportunity to be with him, around him, at least for 50 years of my life, right? So I've seen the good, the bad, the indifferent, and it's been an experience, right? First of all, I want to thank my mother for lending Addie to the Virgin Islands, because, she was second or third because of what he did for the people. And it's a very tough thing. The stuff she had to endure that I watched, and just had to sit there and take it all in, because what are you going to tell your father? You can't do that? Who am I, right? So, thank you, Mom. Thank the people of the Virgin Islands for the love, the support. It's been tremendous, overwhelming. My wife, I got to thank my wife for organizing this thing. When I tell you, she ran this thing like a major project. I told her we need to go into business, and start a business. We're going to start doing this kind of stuff so we can get paid, because it's major work, right? So, I just want to thank everyone for coming. Thank you for the love and support, as I said. And on behalf of the Ottley family, we truly appreciate all the support, the love. It's been an emotional roller coaster for us all. And as I sit here and look at the governor, and he's looking me in my eye, I don't want to look at him, because he's family as well. And him and I go way back. So I don't even want to look at him, because it's going to make me cry. And I had enough tears, but I love you still. Yeah, so thank you once again for coming. I gotta go. I love you.
I'd like now to call on the Honorable Myron Jackson to render the eulogy. Senator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benjamin, personal friend of Addie Ottley. I would have to say that, Addie, we really want us to pick up the spirit in here today, because that's the kind of man he was. You know, he gave us so much, and I was trying here to edit some of the things out because I just gave the eulogy at the church, but on the family's instructions, I will follow orders and do what I've been asked to do. Before I begin, I just want to say that I'm really humbled by the fact that he asked me to do it, and I questioned for some time, and as I developed and started to ask family members for the details of his intimate life, I realized why he asked me to do it. So on behalf of the family and the community, I offer the eulogy of the Honorable Dr. Ethnil Addie Ottley. And it's premised on the voice, because if you didn't see Addie, and for those people around the world, they identified him by his voice, not a picture. And it's dedicated to the voice of the man that we know. How wonderful is the human voice! It is indeed the organ of the soul. The intellect of man is enthroned visibly on his forehead and in his eye, and the heart of a man is written on his countenance. But the soul reveals itself in the voice alone. Henry Longfellow. Today, we gather as family and community to honor and pay our final tribute to the man, the Honorable Ethnil C. Hartley, lovingly called by his family, friends, and community, Addie, who was an integral part of our lives in so many facets. Addie, as he was affectionately called by family and friends and his beloved community, was a native son of the soil. He was a brother, husband, father, community activist, political leader, and a humanist. His name echoed throughout households across the greater Virgin Islands community, the Caribbean, United States, and around the world. And if you doubt that, ask any ham operator. And I was speaking to one last night, and he told me Addie was all over the world on a daily basis, every day, unknowns to many of us before he went to WSTA. His voice vibrated near and far, and he was the WSTA family where the people's voice was established. The Addie Ottley Morning Show, Lucky 13, WSTA 1340 and the AM radio dial was the daily ritual in our household spanning multiple generations. It was usually the first voice heard and experienced daily by many of us, the voice that got us up early morning to face the dawn of the rising sun, put on the kettle to make a cup of bush tea or coffee, and meet the challenges of the day. 1340, the People Station, don't you dare move that station off that dial, was a common verbal threat echoed by elders of the household. 1340, WSTA was our mothership, and Addie KV4BW was its captain. Its communication signal beamed throughout the region, around the world, and its community-minded platform and traditions from morning devotion, death announcements, local and national news, birthday requests, and the daily mystery question, to diverse music genres, advertising, political commentary, special events, community programming, and church broadcasts. The station guided us through Christmas season and other special events and activities, including a Christmas Eve party, Good Friday programming, carnival and festivals, the hurricane seasons, and the hurricane prayer, which religiously began at the beginning of the hurricane season, the political season, and interviews and discussions with callers and government officials on the state of affairs of the territory. As a radio personality, he humbly challenged us daily that no man is an island. You are your brother's keeper. It takes two hands to clap. One hand washes the next. Man, know thyself. And that knowledge of your history and culture are essential and important elements of identity, self-determination, and nation building. Addie's humble beginnings and existence began with his birth on November 19, 1941, on St. Thomas to two proud Virgin Islands parents, Iris Scatliff Hartley, a native of Tortola, British Virgin Islands, and Aubrey C. Hartley, a native of St. Thomas. These were uncertain times and rumors of wars. 1 month after his birth, the Japanese bombed the U.S. Navy base at Pearl Harbor, and the United States would enter into war with Japan and subsequently entered into World War II. The backdrop of Addie's saga is staged with the boundaries of the historic community that we know as Savannah today, located not too far from the family's church. Under Danish rule, this area was subdivided in 1764, 1765 for those who were rejected or tolerated, which include the ethnic populations of free people of color, enslaved Africans, Jews, Huguenots, and Catholics. Under the American rule and the era of Addie's childhood, Savannah was a bustling working class community, a village of descendants of Africans, Europeans, and immigrants of various ethnic groups and walks of life. It was not too far from his family home that Addie was baptized in the St. Peter and Paul Catholic Church. He attended school and graduated in the class of 1959. His father, Aubrey, was a renowned local artist, a World War II veteran, a founding member of the Territories Boy Scouts of America, and the first political party of the Virgin Islands. He was one of the founders of the Progressive Guide, and in his honor, the Sugar Estate Post Office is named for him. It was within this nurturing community environment that an example for Addie and his siblings were cultivated. Addie always credited his loving mother, Iris Hartley, and his protective grandmother, affectionately called Bina Vesterban, as being major influences in his life, and through them he was cultivated in the importance of giving, helping others, and service to your community. If you know Mr. Hartley, you would know that he was a disciplinarian, and he ran a tight ship of his household. His children, Andre, Bernard, Flavius, Ira, Paul, Peter, Magali, Sonia, Clarice, Janine, Joyce, Lenore, Margaret, and Velma knew the golden rules: respect for your elders, good manners, and the importance of pursuing an education. At a young age, Addie exhibited a passion for communications, electronics, and engineering. And at the Hartley's family's first residence on Gassy Garda No. 1 in the vicinity of the old Jewish burial ground, Addie was permitted a sacred space to study ham radio in the corner of his mother's busy outdoor kitchen. This inspired his inquisitive and analytical mind to build a ham radio and operate a radio station in the cellar of their vernacular cottage at that time. As a teenager, Addie became the youngest ham operator to be granted a license in the Virgin Islands. And his car name, KV4BW. He held the highest FCC amateur radio license, the extra class license, and the highest commercial radio telephone operator's license, along with first class general radio telephone certification with radar endorsement. These early accomplishments and interests led him to a mentorship at WVWI radio station, where radio personality Lee Carl, who's here with us today, recognized the talents of young Addie Ottley, and through encouragement, persuaded him to enter the broadcasting field. Addie's leadership skills was also exhibited at an early age and would be manifested decades later when he was elected for a Senate seat and subsequently Lieutenant Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Following his calling, he pursued an advanced education in the field of communications and attended the RCA Institute of Technology located in New York City, majoring in electronics. He continued his education by attending Indiana Institute of Technology in Fort Wayne, Indiana, majoring in electronics and engineering. There, Addie met and married his first wife, Alice Louise Johnson, and from this union, 5 children. And if the children could stand when I call their names, please. In keeping with his father's wishes that his grandchildren's first name begin with the initial A, his children's given names were Alan, who preceded him in death, Andre, Alicia, Angela, and Alfreda. Thank you. With a burning desire for his native homeland, Addie returned in 1965 to the territory and worked at WSTA as an assistant manager. He was later promoted to the general manager, and during this time, he began the Addie Ottley Morning Show. Addie was a mentor to countless youths in this territory up to his death. And he used talents to engage, encourage, and support them. And we know this from over the decades of the many interns on the radio and various other outlets and entities that he was associated with. He was so encouraged by radio that he entered into TV production, and on Channel 10 was the producer of the TV program for young Virgin Islanders called Youthquake, which he also continued at the St. Peter and Paul School and mentored members of students of the St. Peter and Paul in this particular initiative, still called Youthquake. Addie would later join the PBS family, WTJX, Channel 12, by the encouragement of Linda Vanterpool, and would host his weekly program, Face to Face, which provided an open platform for varied opinions, concerns, and topics on politics, art, entertainment, culture, health, education, the environment, and disaster recovery, and other topics. Over the decades, several generations of Virgin Islands residents became loyal groupies of WSTA radio, and I'm one of them, as well as many of you. Some of you could recall the early memories of local and syndicated program on the stations throughout the decades, such as the 1952 Carnival, the Saturday's Children's Story Hour featuring narratives of classic children's stories such as Hansel and Gretel, The Ugly Duckling, the saga of Niki Niki Tembo, No So Rembo, Uwa Muchi, Gama Gama Gucci no Kanse, and special occasions, Anansi stories with Hector Roebuck and his son, the late Senator Elmo Roebuck. If you kill Brunancio, rain don't fall, sun don't shine, if you kill Brunancio. Other favorites were the pet milk and Borden milk promotion drives for toy soldiers and center theater movie tickets. Miss Christina Wayne and her mandolin on the early morning show, and on early Sunday mornings, the syndicated child program or children's program, a Bible Hour program with Uncle Charlie and Bertha from Grand Rapids, Michigan, that challenge and indulge us with the mystery Bible quiz and tell me a story with Aunt B. Addie also broadcasted the baseball season. And all of us know that the Brooklyn and Los Angeles Dodgers was Addie's life. All of these programs, local and syndicated programs, glued us to WSTA. The station provided a platform to radio personalities, management, and staff of WSTA family from over the decades who are no longer with us, such as William Gear, the original owner, Mango Jones, the late Congressman Randy Lugo, Kay Bailey, Len Stein, Irvin Brownie Brown, Andre Hartley, Richard Carlwood, Funky Man, Bob Noble, Miss J, and most recently, Anita Davis, to call a few, will be remembered by us for their contributions to the advancement of WSTA. They most likely stand at the open gates to welcome the arrival of our beloved Addie. May they rest in peace. The Hartley's involvement in local politics is inscribed in the annals of Virgin Islands history. With the encouragement of his late uncle, Senator Earl B. Hartley, and the blessings of family members, Addie entered into the political arena. In 1970, he was elected to a seat of the legislature of the Virgin Islands and was re-elected in 1972. As destiny would have it, in 1973, he was appointed lieutenant governor in the administration of our first elected governor, the late Melvin H. Evans. After that appointment, he continued his government service as a public relations representative and Virgin Islands ambassador of goodwill in the advancement of our tourism product. In 1977, he resumed his morning show, and the following year, 1978, Addie would run once again for a Senate seat and was re-elected to his third term. After his Senate assignments in 1981, he was appointed executive assistant to the Commissioner of Commerce. After a decade of laudable record of public service, Addie continued to pursue his passion for communications and returned to the radio, WSTA, to advance community engagement and public service. During many of his passionate discourse, you would hear the phrase, "We are going to be up a creek without a paddle," when he wanted to emphasize the dire need for action, and that we needed to do what we should do as a community and a government. In 1975, Addie married his second wife, Mary Emma Simmons, a union that spanned over 46 years. From this union, his family expanded, and Addie became a loving and supporting stepfather. If you could please stand, to Karen Bronx Gabrielle and Robert A. Brown III. Robert was just here. Thank you very much. In the following decades, Addie and Mary traveled extensively for events and vacations. And I have to tell you, on a footnote, I was on one of those trips, which was in Denmark. And it was the anniversary of the station. It was one of these benchmarks, and Addie and Mary came. And we had mutual friends. And on one occasion, there was a Virgin Islander named Cornelius from St. Croix, who, as a child, went to St. Croix and was featured in somewhat an exposition that became somewhat zoo-like and degrading for these two black children, Rebecca and Cornelius, and its history. And Addie found out that he was still alive. And of course, I wanted to go. But the car could only fit 4 people. And Mary and Addie went to that particular interview with Cornelius, and I stayed behind to tell the story. Addie was a family man, and his children was his joy and contentment. And when they became parents, he became a proud and attentive grandfather to his grandchildren. And I don't have all the names of his grandchildren, but could you please stand and be recognized? Thank you very much. When the opportunity to purchase WSTA presented itself, Addie and local investors seized the opportunity to purchase the station, making it the first station owned by Virgin Islands stakeholders. In 1984, Addie became the president of Hartley Communications, and over the last 4 decades, WSTA has been given our community an active voice. And this is essential for you to leave here today, because Addie, in his interview this morning, emphasized that WSTA is a broadcasting station. It means it has a broad horizon, and thus their investment in this station was to provide Virgin Islanders a voice and continue to be a beacon of the airways and flagship station of the Greater Virgin Islands and the Caribbean. Today, the family-owned radio station continues to provide an outlet to many in the community and a new generations through its weekly programming to include, and if you're here and represent, please stand, connect the dots with Senator Fonzie Danister, pass it on with Senator Roosevelt and Roosevelt David and Victor Sidney, Idea and Issues with Terry T., Winston and Jason, Focus VI, Peter Hartley, Let Us Build with Wingrove Fenton, Stand Up to Truth with Elsie Zenova, and co-host The Sports Show with Attorney Ayala, the PEO Horse Show with Gary Ritter, UVI on the Air, the Pan-African Support Group, Nolani Free Flow Talks with Angie and her daughter, Nolani, and A Second Cup of Coffee with Robert Brown, to name a few. And also the Donahue Show by George, the Culture Man. Addie made many countless contributions over his lifespan, He was an active member of many community and civic organizations. And I have to give honorary mention, and if members of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas and the Phi Kappa Theta fraternity, you may please stand and be recognized. I see a few of you here, and Addie just loved the Rotary Club of St. Thomas, and it became part of his regular programming. Thank you. Addie was a recipient of numerous awards and commendations that are documented in his memorial booklet. He was a devout Catholic. And this is very important because Addie, throughout his life, in various stages, as he got older, he got closer to his Lord and Savior. And the miracles that he had as he faced various illnesses were truly miracles. And he was recognized by the Catholic Church and knighted by Pope Francis of the Order of St. Gregory in 2004. In 2007, a tribute in his honor was entered into the U.S. Congressional Record in the House of Representatives by Virgin Islands Delegate to Congress, the Honorable Donna M. Christensen. 3 of Addie's most recent accolades and highlights of his life were realized in his latter years. In 2018, he was honored in a community recognition concert by various groups, soloists, and musicians. And I see many of them here today. And you also can stand and be recognized. In this very cathedral, well, that was at the church, but here at the cathedral that we left, the concert was organized by composer Gilchrist Sproul and Miss Sarah Cornell. The second was receiving an honorary doctorate degree the following year from our very own university in this very same space. He received a doctorate in humane letters. And third is the last passage of an Act 8509, honoring and commending Addie Ottley for his tireless years of informing and educating the public on current and past community issues, keeping the radio awake in a time of imminent danger, and by naming the road in close proximity to WSTA, the Ethnil C. Hartley Drive, and that will occur after his internment this week. We want to thank the sponsor, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and the members of the 34th Legislature. If you could please stand and be recognized. See the Senate President, Donna Fred Gregory, the Vice President, Novell Francis, Senator Kurt Vaile, Senator Marvin Blyden. We have Senator Janelle Sarro. We have Senator James and Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you. You may be seated. In retrospect, Addie's lifetime of unwavering and dedicated commitment to his ancestral home and beloved community would take its toll on his physical health. The sudden death of his son, Alan, blew the winds out of his sails, and one of his final requests was to be buried adjacent to his beloved son, which will take place in the East End Cemetery of St. Thomas. On behalf of a grateful community, we say a heartfelt thank you to the entire Hartley family. And if your family would please stand and be recognized, the entire Hartley family. Thank you. and the extended home circle for sharing a big part of him with us over his lifespan. Addie's unselfish acts of kindness and service above self will never be forgotten. On February 10th, 2020, he quietly slipped away from us, surrounded by those he loved. Beyond the blue horizon waits a beautiful day. Goodbye to things that bore me. Joy is waiting for me. I see a new horizon. My life has only begun. Beyond the blue horizon lies a rising sun. Thanks for the lift, KV4BW. Beam up and farewell, my friend. The wheel bend and the story end. And thank you for your indulgence, for delivering this a second time. And it did take some wind out of my sails, but may he rest in peace.
Quickly. I was up here before and had to run out because I forgot something in the car. First of all, we have to thank the government of the Virgin Islands for all the help and support that you've given us during this time. Of course, UVI, Dr. Hall, got to thank everyone indeed. But if it wasn't for this young lady, right, I don't know if me and my wife would have been here, because the fights, the tension, the this, the that, just problems. So Eugenie Williams. Eugenie, please come. Please come. Come. Excuse me, sir. Can Eugenie come up here for a second? Yeah. I'm sorry. She's working. I'm sorry. But we just wanted to present to you a plaque for everything you've done for us, because without you, it wouldn't have happened. So it says, presented to Eugenie Williams, thank you for your support. We will forever be grateful to you and your help, patience, and understanding. Robin and Janine Brown, 2022. That's for you. That's it.
Oh, that's well, we would now like to present a musical selection. It's entitled Wonderful World. And that's with Deanne Parson and friends, and it's featuring DJ on the trumpet, Deanne's son. Wonderful World. Thank you. Let's have another round of applause for the wonderful presentation. Featuring DJ on the trumpet, and there was Sherman Williams on the saxophone. Okay. I'll let you know who the others were a little later on, and the steel pan was Leroy Simmons. Okay. Continuing the tributes, let me call first Angela Lewis. You hear her in the morning, or you'd hear her in the morning on the Addie Ottley show. And was the granddaughter also? Yeah. There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Angela, Addie's daughter.
Well, for starters, it's hard to follow up behind that. So I'm going to try my best, and thank you, Larry. Good evening, or good afternoon. Second time around doesn't get any easier. I didn't think I would be here, not this soon, after Alan and now my dad. But God has got a purpose that's far greater than what I think it is, so I'm going to go with it. And this is my letter to my dad. To my dad, with love. Where do I begin? It is so hard and so surreal to say you are not with me. But I must understand, with every beginning, Alpha, there is an ending, Omega. I can say I've enjoyed the time in between the beginning and the end. Most people refer to that time as the dash, how we lived our lives between those years. Yours, Daddy, being 1941 to 2022. I've had an opportunity to enjoy you immensely, and that's an understatement. Everything from silly car rides to nowhere with my daughters, to pretending like I like Fox News, and you guys know the Trump thing, we kind of kept that on the down low, to sitting and trimming your toenails. And you guys may not understand that, but Robbie probably does wherever he is. Him and my dad love pedicures and manicures. Many influential people have told me, your father really loved these Virgin Islands. And I must agree. I have been fortunate enough to witness his love for these islands. From his early beginnings of being a son, a brother, an uncle, a father, a friend, a mentor, and a community activist, and not let me forget, a politician. He has touched many hearts and lives. He knew no stranger, and he never let one's social status dictate how he interacts with you. His undeniable love for this community is what drove him. And it is certain and evident in everything that he did. His undying and unwavering love for the community has made him an icon, a legend. And if you know my dad, that was a title that he modestly did not accept. He would just merely say, I'm just doing what needs to be done. He lived it and he breathed it every day. He was a devout Catholic. Those that knew him knew it very well. And his Catholic upbringing by my grandmother Iris taught him to put others before self. She also taught that to the grandkids. The Bible is tailored to teach us to follow the perfect example, and that being Jesus. Jesus served others, and he taught us likewise to do so. My dad did just that. He served his community at all costs, as sad as that sounds, but he risked a lot to serve his community. From young, we were taught unconditional love. Unconditional love, simply put, is love without strings attached. He offered his love freely. He didn't offer it based on anything that you could have given back in return. You simply loved and wanted the best for others and their happiness. This type of love is sometimes called compassionate or agape love. My father depicted that. Through my brothers and sisters, Alan, Andre, Alicia, and Alfreda, we shared you with the community. At the time, we didn't understand the reasons why. But now it's time for us to understand the reason why. As an adult, I come to realize that he was preparing a better tomorrow for us. He was forging the pathways for change and fairness. His riches were not tangible. All that he had, he gave to his community, or he put it back into his community. This is just an example of others putting others before self. As we close this chapter in your life, I take this journey alone. Walking beside your footsteps that you created for me. Notice I said beside. I'm not walking in them. They're far too big for me to fill. Daddy, you have always been encouraging, inspiring, dedicated, and loving. Excuse me. You possess the qualities and characters of great men. Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi, to just name a few. From young, you wanted to make a difference in others' lives. If I looked up the word impact in the dictionary, it would read, to have a strong effect on someone or something. Well, Daddy, you did just that. You made a strong impact in your community. You left your mark on this world. Matthew, verse 25, verse 23, states, the Lord said unto him, well done, good and faithful servant. I only pray that everyone that has encountered my Father will not let what he did for this community die, but pick up the baton and run with it. It is up to us to continue his legacy. God blessed me with the honor of being able to call you my dad, father, friend, and confidant. It is no secret how I felt about my father, never hid it. And how I felt about him remained the same till the end. We had crazy belly laughs together, we cried together, and believe it or not, we disagreed together, knowing that he never thought he was wrong. Daddy, without a doubt, you're the most influential, charismatic, humble, and sacrificial man I know. You represent what I strive for and pray to get to. Your contagious smile, an infectious laugh, and the love of others will remain in the hearts of myself and those others. I will say to you what me and my girls say to you every time we leave you. We're better together, but never apart. Love your devoted daughter, Angela.
Next, I'd like to call up what Addie has called his old buddy for his tribute, Hugo Hodge Jr.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. So I had to talk to my father about this and how do you pay tribute to a man as great as Addie? And he said, well, you always spoke of the laughter that we shared. We had a lot of conversations and we laughed together a lot. So, in honor of that, I will keep it light. And every child has to get one up on their father all the time, right? So my father is like, I have 81 years of memories with Addie. Well, I got 12 stories and my two gonna count today. Two of them. So I'll start with the first, and listening to the selection before reminded me of one of them. And Dion Parson was playing over at Haven site. And Addie was there and we were talking about music. And he was like, "You used to do music, right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go do a song with Dion today." So I went up and did the song. And after the song, he was like, "Wow, I didn't know you could do all of that. I don't know what you were saying, but it sounded good." So I said, "Well, that's a little reggae, we do a little something there." So, of course, the next day, well, before I left the stage, I think I said a scripture or something during the performance. So one of the hosts said, "That's a bald head Rasta man." So the next day, the mystery question, of course, was, what is Hugo Hodge's stage name? So Sean Roebuck is a good friend of mine. We grew up together. We were roommates in college. So his mom, of course, was around us during my days in music. And she said, "Well, I know his name is Mr. Tosh." So she calls him. So Addie says, "Oh, you have the answer?" She says, "Yes, Mr. Tosh." Addie says, "Wrong." Edna. Edna's like, "No, I'm right." And he's like, "No, you're wrong." And they go back and forth with this wrong, right thing. So later on, somebody calls in that was there and said bald head Rasta, and they won the prize. Well, my phone rings, right? And Miss Roebuck calls me, and she's like, "You won't believe what happened." I got to hear the whole thing. So I called Addie. I was like, "Addie, I think this was a good one, but Edna was right. We got to find something to give her something." He said, "You take care of that part." So that's the first one. The other one that kind of chuckles me, like you've heard me and Addie talk about outages probably way too many times as far as I can recollect, but we had some other conversation. The first one that was not about power or anything like that. I was a young boy, and Gov, we in our 50s, when we were small, we were the remote control, we were the VCR, right? So my mother she was a soap opera fanatic, and she would call home and say, "In between playing up there in Savannah, go and watch the story and tell me what happened." So I was the VCR until VCRs were invented, then I could go and record it for her. Well, she came home one day with a poem that was entitled the soap opera poem, and it had every story name in it, going through it, the days of my lives and all my children, all through the thing. So her and my father laughing about it, and I said, "Well, that's pretty nice. I'm glad you guys enjoy that." So the next morning, of course, the mystery question is, I'm going to read this poem, tell me the name. So he starts to read it, and of course, our radio, I was on WSTA, house rule, so it's playing, and I'm hearing him read it. And I said, "Well, that's the thing my mother was reading yesterday." So I go and pick it up, and I follow along with him, so I call in. So, of course, I win. He says, "Can I get your name?" I said, "Hugo Hodge." He paused for a second. "Oh, hold on." I was like, okay, he don't sound happy, but I won. I got the right name. He comes on the phone. "Hugo, how you could do that? How you could give me a poem and then call in to win the thing?" So I said, "Well, this is Hugo Jr." He said, "Boy, you almost got some nice words for me just now." So all right, stand by. So I did win. It wasn't insider trading, although I might get called up to the legislature for something like this these days. Nonetheless, Addie, we shared a lot of laughs. You'll be missed. Hopefully someone can step in and love these Virgin Islands the way you have for so many years. And for the family, condolences, and hopefully I give you a little chuckle to remember him by. Thank you.
Next, I don't know how to introduce Val. I really don't. So, because I have stories this long about this gentleman coming up, but I'm just going to keep that. Oh, see, the eyebrow just went up? Okay, so Addie's brother, Peter Hartley.
You just spray me. Hello, hello. Aye, aye, aye. I just drop a tear for my brother, you know. That's rare. But I love Addie. They tell me, ask me if I write something, right. Ain't enough ink. But I really want to say welcome, welcome to all the family members who are visiting. Great to have you. Addie's children, Mary, love you, love you, love you. To the people of the Virgin Islands who embrace this brother of mine. Now, you know, everybody out there know Addie from TV, they know him from radio. I know him from behind the scene. And that brother ain't easy. Addie was last minute. Addie will go promise somebody he's going to do a broadcast. I would hear it on the street. Oh, I need you to come in and cover. It's like, wow. So, at times, he used to stress the dread. You know what I mean? The thing, but see, me and him had an issue. He was my mother's first child. I happened to be one of the last. I said, wow. So people would say, well, how come you ain't like Addie? And I said, keep it simple. Blame my mother. Being the first child, he had all the breasts for himself. When my mother after she had 9 children, these 2 big-head youths coming out, she said, my son, bring the pet milk. You understand? So I say if I different, blame it on my mother. Because they say, look, no, if you're breastfed, you're strong. You know what I mean? You're ahead of the rest. So don't blame me. Again, it's my mother, you know. Being the last and he being the first, when I actually ran into the brother and realized he was my brother, he already had a family. He was living out of state, you know. And I think I was in elementary school. I was still in Catholic school before they threw me out. But serious. And my mother used to make me, before I go to school, the station was in Frenchtown. She used to make me take breakfast for this brother, walk to Frenchtown to feed him. And I say, but wait, he drive in. He can't stop Savannah and just get his thing. So I had a problem with him. I didn't realize, you know, and because I have access to him, I was around him. I'll hear all kind of stories he get on the radio and say, oh, my grandmother them used to defend me, to protect me. Nobody never beat me. Being I would look to choke off a son he fought. I said, wow. I said, that sounds like a spoiled child. You know what I mean? Me now, who come up way, way, way down, you know. Mother walking, father walking. Guess who I end up raising up with me? My brothers and sisters. Abuse. They didn't do a good job. They did, no. So, if you see me rowdy and crazy, my sisters and brothers is who influence me. You know what I mean? And when you come from a family with, oh, my father had 17. Wow. And I always say, I'm glad they went one more time. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't have been here. You understand what I'm saying? So my mother got me into this thing where, and I tell people, I didn't know anything about radio, didn't care about it. But if you expose children to stuff, they could adapt to it. I was exposed to radio just by carrying this breakfast to this spoiled child. And just by being there, I observe, I learn. Now, he's the one who went to school and get his big degree and all of that. Me, I was like the janitor. I do the cleanup work. I do the setup work. And when the star's done, I got to break down and go. And you know, I used to tell people like, hey, I want the Addie treatment. You know, the Addie had a special treatment. Me being the setup man, they'll have a chair for Addie. They don't have none for me. So I got to stand up. Addie have water, I got heal up. They didn't even know my name. Everyone referred to me as Addie brother. I said, wow. Can't shake this guy. Can't shake this guy for nothing. But again, I have to recognize Lee Carl, love you, Alex Randall, Manny Centeno, all the great people before and who is there with WSTA. And I was telling people, you know, when you do the kind of work Addie did, I blame it on my mother, you know what I mean? And Papito could testify. These ladies in Savannah, right? They know how to spoil man. You understand? Serious. They spoil that brother so. He spoiled. You know, serious. And I realized they're difficult to handle. You understand what I'm saying? Undisciplined. Love to be served. Feel like they're privileged. Oh my gosh. But you know, one of the things in the work that Addie did, we used to fight. Oh gosh, couldn't stand the brother at times. You know, serious. Because it's like, you're so busy. So busy, so busy. But with all the time you're giving up, some stuff you got to, some stuff suffer. And I really want to reach out to the family because, you know, in jobs like what he did, try and save the world, sometimes you lose yourself in the process. And for me, I hear all the great things that people say about my brother, but being close up, having access, you see, he would make a commitment and say, hey, I'm going to do this. But guess what? He didn't remember he was a politician. They'll say, yes, we're going to help you, but never come true. So the stress that goes along with that, trying to do something, but you don't have the power. And hey, St. Thomas people, they know how to put a full court press on you, you know. They know how to throw that guilty thing now. Hey, you say you're going to do this. Hey, look, Wapa go have the cuss him. I said, it's good. Stop saying it's yours. You know what I mean? Serious, the brother never quit. So I admire all the stuff he did. But again, let me just say one more thing and I'll go. Because look, no, I could talk, you know. They don't pay me to talk, but I don't do some free talking. You know what I mean? Me and my brother, we like normal brothers. You know what I mean? It's just that he being old, I being young, the age difference. You know, it's like my son, I can't deal with hip hop, but that's him. So the generation gap, so at times we agree, at times we disagree. But it was always respect. It was always respect, you know. And although I wouldn't like it, I would still give him that respect as an older brother, as a person who's supposed to know better, older brother. It's hard to say that you're wrong sometimes. You know what I mean? And I was angry, I must say, during the 2 hurricanes. I must say I learned a lot from doing the hurricane thing with Lee Carl. It was, for a long time, me and him. I just being the engineer, so you learn. If you show up long enough, you'll get it. And the 2 Cat 5, after the first Cat 5 came, I was angry because the building was breached, water was coming through, the floor is full of water, and I'm saying, no, if I get electrocuted in here. You know what I mean? And boom, okay, the next one coming. But I was angry because management at the time didn't take time to, like, hey, secure the place. Ho, ho, ho. So I was protesting. So when this Cat 5 said come, I said, I ain't going in. I'm not showing up. I ain't going. You understand? But I always say God is an awesome God, because if I didn't go, when I went there, Addie was there with Trevor. Trevor ain't know a thing about radio, so it was Addie alone. If I didn't go, I wouldn't have a chance to tell my brother, look, go rest your tired self. You understand what I'm saying? Go rest yourself. I gonna run the road. I wasn't happy. I wasn't smiling. But again, we were taught that we have an obligation. We have a duty. Whether you like it or not, show up. I went there. I run the road from 5, 6 till 6. I said, brother, I'm gonna call you at 6 o'clock. I woke him up so I could go check on what's happening by my house. And because the brother never took care of himself, he was always tired, you know, tired doing the heavy lifting. But that rest that he got that night made a difference when he came on at 6 or 7 and was able to man the ship 24 hours, talking to people, relaxing people, having access to the information. You understand what I'm saying? If I didn't show up, but also, just to show you, as a person who believes in constant training, what also annoyed me, when the transmitters went down, we had to go to the emergency transmitters. And I love my brother, but you know, it's like he didn't know how to put it on. You spend so much time doing people's stuff, saving the world, that you didn't know how to put on the second transmitter that kept us going. You understand? That's some of the price, the give and take from giving. So you always have to take care of self. So when nobody don't show up, you're still all right. This is why I just be at times angry. We don't train, we don't prepare. Would you believe, Vitima don't even know that WSTA is a FEMA station. We have a direct line hook up to Vitima, and they don't even know it there. Lack of training, lack of communication. So what are we gonna do this hurricane thing? You understand what I'm saying? But I gonna stop talking, cause hey, I could talk. But anyway, I just want to say thanks. Thanks to the many people that were there for Addie. Thanks for them who weren't there for him either, because he needed the licks. It's only when you got licks, sometimes you gotta straighten up. You understand? But the brother was awesome. I was always happy for him. Whatever he got, he deserved. And I'm just proud to be that person who had access and learned so much from him. You understand? That, hey, the good thing about it is like I got my PhD without paying a dime. I want to thank you all. Thanks again for the love for Addie. To the family, we love you. And again, the good thing is we're here to celebrate his life. So stop balling. I mean, I dropped 2 tears. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of work to do out there. So celebrate the experience. Celebrate the message. Celebrate the simple understanding that it's teamwork. If we don't work as a team, it ain't gonna happen. You understand? Regardless, in families, in government, wherever, in the workplace, it's teamwork. You understand what I'm saying? Play your part. Be truthful to yourself. Be respectful. And then, hey, God will take care of everything else. Again, thanks for coming. Thanks for the support for Addie. Love you, love him. All right. Oh, and guess what? I was telling one of the guys back there, right? I'm selling some blue. Not the Dodger blue. You understand? So check me in the back. We got some blue to sell. No, man, just joking.
That was Peter. That is Peter. Okay. That'll be followed by Kishma Counson. She's going to sing for us now.
Testing.
I love the Lord. Kishma counts, and I love the Lord. Kamisha, and she and I have talked this before, you know, but every time I catch, she says, Kamisha, I say, yes, Kishma. Okay. Kamisha counts, okay.
Thank you. I love the Lord. surely I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We continue our tributes, and the next person up will be Addie's adopted sister. He always talks so much about his adopted sister. So I said, Addie, I have adopted sisters too. You know, he said, yeah, but they ain't like mine. Here we are, Joel Malloy.
Pleasant good afternoon to all. Want to do a song before? That's great. I love songs. I'll sit down again and then I'll come back.
Oh, that was my beefsteak. Yeah, beefsteak. I'll take that. This is actually a musical selection entitled All the Things You Are, and it's Dean Parson and friends. Sorry about that. Yeah, Ron just reminded me that two of Addie's favorite songs were All the Things You Are, and this one, My Favorite Things, right? Yeah, those are two songs that Addie always requested whenever Ron was around and he wanted him to play. So here we are, All the Things You Are, Dion and Friends. Thank you, Ron. Okay. Now we can bring out. Now we can bring out Jewel Malloy, Addie's adopted sister.
God truly works in mysterious ways his wonders to perform. Because you know what I did? That gave me an opportunity to see who are some of the persons in this audience that I can hold to some commitments at the end of my remarks. If I didn't get a chance to sit up here a little longer, I would know who some of the people are that I can hold. So God is good all the time. Good afternoon, Governor, your cabinet, Senate President Donna, whom I know from when she was a little child. I'm so proud to see where she is today. Thank you. Other dignitaries present, family members, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all gathered here today to pay special tribute to one of the most prominent, loving, generous, outstanding Virgin Islanders with whom God has blessed this territory. My adopted brother, all Addie Ottley. The mere fact that we have in this audience today persons who have come from near and far to say goodbye and to thank God for granting us the privilege of celebrating the life of this dedicated public servant and truly unselfish human being speaks volumes that words cannot dare to express. My brother, Addie, was one of a kind. He was one who, like his father, Aubrey Hartley, gave his best to the world. And he left behind footprints that are impossible to erase. Yes, our Addie will be missed, but he will never, never be forgotten. His legacy of love, his legacy of generosity, coupled with a life which truly reflected the Rotary motto of service above self, going the extra mile to advocate for the poor, the disabled, as well as the elderly, those who cannot speak for themselves. Who can forget Addie? And you know, two of the nicest parts of this service today were the comments that came from Angie and from Peter. And you know why? Peter, I haven't had a chance to really chat with you since Addie's death. And when I learned that he was going to speak today, I was wondering what he would speak about, what he would say. And when I heard him talk about reaching out to the family, that made my day. That made my day. Angie and I have had a chance to speak a lot during these last few weeks, but I really haven't had a chance to speak to Peter. And I'll tell you why that was the nicest part of the day. Some of you in the audience know how close Addie and I were but some of you don't know. So just let me tell you a little bit about why I'm feeling so happy, much happier than I've been over the last few weeks. My brother Addie felt that his end was drawing near. Addie and I were very close. Addie knew for a long time that my best hours were around 4 o'clock in the morning. I always get up at 4. I did that from when I went to college at 16. And so he knew that I always got up no later than 4 o'clock in the morning. So one morning when my phone rang at 4:45, I said, that could only be Addie. Sure enough, it was Addie. And he said, you know, Jew, you are the one person I need to speak to today. I said, oh? And his voice did not sound the same way that he normally sounded. But he said, I have to speak to you today, and I hope you have some time for me. I said, you know, I always have time for you. And he said, I feel that I'm coming close to the end of my life, and I want to share some things with you. And he shared a number of things that he had not shared before. And I am going to, a lot of what I'm going to say today, or should I say, the main thing that I'm going to say today is that one of the best tributes that you can pay to an individual is to emulate the qualities that made that individual such a special human being. And some of those tributes lie in Angie and Peter. And that's why I said they were two of the best parts of the program. The eulogy was out of sight. But because of what Angie said today and because of what Peter said, I want to share with you some of the pieces of Peter's tribute that made me feel good. Peter, as he said, can be a little rough. And some of us don't understand our roughness. Because Addie wasn't easy. The only other person needed to come up here and tell you Addie wasn't easy was Mary. She's very special, very special. You have to be a very special wife to be married to Addie, for real. Okay? Because Addie could do some of these things that sometimes could get on your nerve, you know. But because he was such a good person, after you were finished being mad with him, you had to get glad. Okay? Addie would get you in some of these things. Like, Addie would go and tell people things like, I know one person in the Virgin Islands who can solve your problem. It is my sister Joel Malloy. I don't care what the problem is in the government, you know. She can solve it. So I gonna give you her number. But don't give it to anybody else. The next thing I know, a pile of people calling me. I got this call from your brother telling me you could definitely solve this problem. So when I get off this phone, I know I ain't gonna have any more issues. Then sometimes I would go home, find people sitting in my yard. Miss Malloy, one lady told me one day, Miss Malloy, you know how long it took me to find where you live? I said, Miss, I don't even know you. Well, Addie told me exactly where you live. Addie explained me exactly how you live, but it was a long time finding your house. And the lady went on with a thing there. Okay? And she said, I ain't leaving here till you solve the problem, you know. So I know what Peter was talking about. And then another time he put me in another thing. Governor Brian, this one is yours. 2 of your commissioners were not getting along. And they wouldn't speak to each other for weeks. And so Addie told them, I know one person who would get the 2 of you to speak. My sister Joel Malloy. And when somebody told me Addie was on the radio saying this thing, you know. I said, Addie was on the radio with my name, saying I could get these 2 persons to speak to each other. So I called him up. I said, Addie, I heard you on the radio with this thing saying that I could get these 2 commissioners to speak to each other. And I said, Addie. He said, yeah, I know you could do it. I said, well, let me tell you, I don't want to embarrass you, you know. So guess what? I'm going to get them to talk to each other for true. But if you do it one more time, even you will not get my number this time. So anyhow, I got them to talk together. But then I said, Addie, mine, tell them don't give this other lady my number, because if you give that lady my number, she's going to be calling me all the time. Well, I'm going to tell you her name, Governor, when I see you. Not today, but another time. So Addie could do some things that would get you really annoyed. But he was so precious, it was hard to stay mad with him. So, one of the good things from here, Peter is going to reach out. Okay? And the family is going to be more unified when we finish here today than it was when we came in. That makes me feel good. Okay? That makes me feel good. And I'm going to now summarize for you some of the things that Addie talked about when we were on that special chat. And the last few weeks of Addie's life, he and I spent a lot of time talking when he was able to talk. And Angie can tell you that he did speak with me. He wanted to talk with me a few times, and I would take the time to talk with him. You heard about the love that Addie had for the people of the Virgin Islands. That's true. And only a wife like Mary could take that, because, you know, we women, we like to feel that we are first. Okay? But for Addie, the people of the Virgin Islands were first. So Mary couldn't tell whether she was number 2 or number 3. But she knew for sure she wasn't number 1. And Addie wanted us to appreciate what we have as people of the Virgin Islands. Addie had a dream for the people of the Virgin Islands that one day we would truly recognize that we lived in one of the most wonderful places in the world, and that we would take our mental energy and spend that time working together, unifying. It didn't matter to him whether you were born here, you were born there, you were born over here, or down there. We were all about people, and that we needed to take that energy that we spend tearing each other down and putting each other like crabs in a barrel. We were intelligent people, and that if we took that energy that we spent doing that and did it to build our people up, we would be the best in the nation. He and I shared that dream. That's one of the reasons why Miss Ruth E. Thomas made us her 2 adopted children. For those of you who are sitting in this audience who have asked, I've seen 2, who have asked, how is it that Mrs. Thomas adopted the 2 of you? it was because she knew that we, like her, shared that dream. It is true. We have the ability to make this the true paradise. And in Addie's last days, he emphasized that, and I think that's why he called me at 4:45 that morning. I think he wanted me to keep that in my mind, remember it, and if in fact he went as fast as he thought he was going to go, he wanted me to have it in my mind. Okay? Item number 1. Item number 2, he talked about the children of the territory and wanting us to spend more time developing the children because there was so much, he saw so much talent in the children. He wanted us to spend more time with them. And when I heard Dion Jr. up here today, I said, listen to what Addie's talking about. Listen. I remember how Angie and her daughter used to be on that radio program, and he talked about that also towards the end, because he talked about passing the torch to the upcoming generation, making them special, looking at them as special people who had so much going for them. Taking some of that energy again that we spend quarreling about what we don't have. We don't have this. We don't have that. Our children can't do this, whatever. Spend it doing, appreciating what they do have, the talent they have, building them up, giving them hope. That's what Addie wanted. Okay? Let them be looked at as the future. Remember how Addie adopted those children in Laurie Anderson's class of 4th grade each year? Remember? And he took some of those children all the way. He followed them all the way to the end. Made them children who knew that they had a future. I want you in here, if you don't want to do 4th, do 2nd. Do 1st grade, do 12th grade, not 12th grade, that's too late. Start from early, okay? Build them up. Folks, our adopted mother told Addie about his sister Joelle. I was one of the most disgusting children you could find any place, okay? And I had such a terrible temper. And most people don't believe that. People who know me now don't believe that. But I did, okay? But she took me and she taught me how to channel that energy, to channel that. And she taught me a lesson. Those whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And she said, if you don't remember anything else I taught you, remember that. And that's what helped me to get to where I wanted to go. And Addie talked about that. The other thing Addie talked about is counting your blessings. Thanking God. He really was a religious man. He praised God for a lot of things. And he wanted us to count our blessings more than our problems. Okay? Those were some of the things. And when Addie talked about those things, he said, Addie must really think he's coming to his end, you know. He wants to remind us of the things that we ought to remember. So now, as I close, I want to call on all of you who are here today to pay tribute to Addie. Can you promise to take at least one of the things Addie talked about so that Addie's living would not be in vain? Can I see a show of hands of people who pledge themselves to do at least one of those things, make one of those things a pledge? Wow. Which side has the most hands? Oh, wow, I can't see. This, oh, on the stage. Wow. So now, Even though I said I'm staying out of the politics of 2022, mine, if I see you doing certain kinds of things and putting your energy in negative ways, I'm going to send you a note because I'm going to say, do this for Addie. If you do it for no other reason, you're going to do it for Addie? Let me hear you. Are you going to do it for Addie? You're going to do some positive things for Addie? Yes, indeed. Then you can truly say, on March 1, 2022, I made a pledge at Addie's funeral service that I would truly, truly pledge to make this Virgin Islands a better place in which to live by doing so and so for my friend, Addie Ottley. Have a wonderful afternoon, folks.
Thank you, Joel. Following, Joel, I think I have to make this adjustment on this thing right here. So David Kawari, another good buddy, a friend of Addie's, and I'd like to present him to you right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to share some of my experience with Addie. Of course, I live too far from Addie, but I have some experiences with him. And we were from totally different background. First of all, I have to say, my name is David Gohari, and I met Addie in 1963 in college in Indiana. A few months earlier, I had left my family, very large family, from Iran to study in the United States. At that time, I was terribly lonely and homesick and did not know much English. Honestly, I don't know much English now. I suppose when I met Addie, he correctly sensed my situation and was very kind and generous to me to open a conversation with me. His commanding voice and his sense of immense personality made it easy for me to like to converse with him. We talked about many things, but mainly about our families, our town, our cultures, totally different cultures. He told me that besides going to college during the weekends, he worked at a local WOWO radio station. I do recall that from the radio station, he used to bring me printed information and the news regarding my home. That was very kind of him. Addie was always very polite, and on many occasions would ask me to walk to town with him. That was his way, helping me not to be lonely. This man understood. With all of our differences, he understood. Winter of 1963 was very cold in Indiana, -19. And since we had no transportation of our own, we would walk on the snow and ice to town. He was that kind of a person. During these walks, Addie would tell me about his parents, his beloved islands and his people, and how much that I should visit. He kept telling me, you should come and visit. As my situation normalized, doing what friends do, I remember I used to help Addie with his math problems. And believe it or not, he would write love letter to the girl I liked for me. Addie was a very proud, hardworking man and loved his family very much and worked diligently on creating his own vision of the future. I like people to pay attention. I have come and see this totally different person, but he has a vision. He doesn't mind to tell me what it is. I would like to share with you the following that I learned during our friendship. I also hope that many of you benefit from our friendship experience. This is what I understood from Addie. While, like all of us, he had flaws, he had so many great qualities. He knew what exactly he wanted to accomplish from day one. This is very unusual for a 20-year-old person. Their mind go all over the place, but Addie knew exactly what he wants. He was dedicated to his vision of what he wanted to accomplish. He had deep desire to see the result of his work. He was able to forgive misdeed of others. I can give you one example. I believe it was middle of 1970s. Addie asked me to purchase a car for him in Los Angeles, and he would come and drive it across America with Mary and take it to the island. About 9 months later, he called me. He said, I have a problem. I said, what is it? He said, I took my car, only 9 months old, to the mechanic. He said, the engine is dirty. It's a brand new car. And I said, what happened? He said, well, after 7 days waiting for the engine get cleaned, I went to the shop and I noticed the engine of my car in 200 pieces on the table and somebody cleaning each pieces. So somebody abused him. But Addie did not do anything against the fellow. He forgave him. And you don't find forgiveness in a small people. The man has to be great to forgive. He had a strong desire to help and support others. I heard a lot today that he helped other people. And from my perspective, that's what I learned from him. And believe it or not, I know Addie for 59 and a half years. I never saw prejudice from this man. It's not an average man. He had no prejudice. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I could not take the cold in Indiana. And December 1963, I left Indiana for California. And I couldn't figure out how somebody from tropic can take that cold. I just couldn't. Yeah. He was honest to everybody, with whom he interfaced and very kind-hearted. He would never give up on his vision. This is what I learned from him, and believe it or not, has affected my life. I am an electrical engineer. I came to United States to be a mining engineer. I ended up to be an electrical engineer. But I stay with it as I saw Addie stay with his project. That's what he wanted. He respected his competitors, respected the work of others, and always paid for the services he received. That by itself is important. He avoided hurting and undermining anyone for any reason. And most of all, he loved his family. Okay. We finished our school at different colleges, but always made sure we kept in touch. One day, several years later, I received a letter from Eddie telling me that he had become a senator for the island and he wanted me to visit St. Thomas. Of course, I came and had a great time visiting island with Eddie and his wonderful parents. In the years that follow, I visited St. Thomas 16 additional times with my wife and my children. In 1989, I was asked by Mary to come to the island about Addie, without Addie's knowledge, and attend the roast of Addie. Except I forgot to explain that to my son. I brought my son Daniel with me. He was 8.5, 9 years old. During the roasting, my son, who didn't know the purpose of a roast, became very upset and could not understand why anyone would make fun of Eddie and say mean things about him. He even told me he wanted to yell at the roaster to leave him alone. Eddie was loved by my children. What I enjoyed from knowing Eddie is not hard to explain, as you know. One time we were on a boat, middle of the ocean, and suddenly he gave me his radio and said, "Hey, you are on the line, you on the radio, talk." And I almost fell off the boat. But Eddie also number of times visited me in Los Angeles. I used to take him to Dodger Stadium with all the boxes of rum he would bring as a gift. He came to our house 6 years ago, and before he came to my house, he visited my son's house in Henderson, Nevada. My son called me and said, "Dad, Eddie is ill." I said, "Okay, well, but he's coming here." I went to pick him up from the airport. He could not walk. He literally could not walk. So I asked him to sit on a chair, and I brought the car to our town is a small town. You can come close to the building for the airport. Believe it or not, I took Eddie home. Half an hour later, I had to take him to hospital. He asked me, he said, "Please take me to hospital. I don't want to go to hospital, but take me to hospital." So I took him to hospital. We have a very nice hospital. And that was 9:30 at night. I left the hospital maybe 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. And the physician told me he's very lucky. Why, to come hospital is lucky? He said no. 6 hours later, he would have died from blood infection he had received from cleaning his tooth. Anyway, he stayed in hospital 5 days and then stayed with us in our basement, broadcasting to his radio station from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. every day he was there. He did that one another year also. In my point of view, these following statement I say shed some light on my friendship with Addie. Friends are forever. At least that's what people say. Friends are forever. They will laugh and cry along with you. Friends lend an ear and support your crazy ways. Friends can be relied to respond to your call. They always come running to get you before you fall. Friends are not easy to come by. And the relationship can take some time, but once you get it going, you will find it was worth the climb. Addie, from my point of view, never forgot to help others who needed his support. A friend is someone in your life that cannot be replaced. And when the good friend dies, also part of you dies. During the past many years, Addie and his family have become very close friend of my family. What a man he was. Always kind, honest, and accepting of others. My son Daniel, who is a physician, and I were fortunate to speak with Daddy in his last few hours. I must specifically thank his wife Mary and daughter Angela for keeping us informed. They wanted to be here, but they could not. Addie, my family and I, from depth of our being, do honor you. We honor your loved ones. We honor the people of these islands. May God bless you, your soul, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Addie used to always say, don't mess with Whopper. But there's another person he said, don't ever mess with. And he's coming up to the microphone right now. The president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Hall. Addie said, don't mess with Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the entire University of the Virgin Islands family, and on behalf of my wife Marilyn and our family, I want to share our love, prayers, respect, and sympathy to the wife, children, and family of our beloved Addie Ottley. The university is honored and humbled to host this celebration of his life, and I am honored and humbled to welcome all of you here, Governor Bryan, our senatorial leaders, and all distinguished guests. For me, Addie was more than the voice of the Virgin Islands. He was one of the most treasured and effective ambassadors. Though not appointed to office to fill this role, he filled it through his heart and soul, and graciously embraced those who were born here and those from afar. When I arrived and assumed the role of president of this special university 12 and a half years ago, Addie opened his heart, radio and television programs to me in ways that no one else did. But the magic of his connection was not just the access. It was the genuine interest, respect, and enthusiasm he consistently shared with me about the university and about the Virgin Islands. I always felt at home in his presence and in his Virgin Islands. Many years later, my wife Marilyn had the same experience as she and others for over a year produced a weekly show called Wellness Wednesday. He breathed deeply with her and the audience, though not a part of the official program. Addie was and still remains such a model for our university students. He embodied two disciplines which are central to our mission: communications and entrepreneurship. We want our students to combine these talents as he did and take them to another level, which was always his aspiration for these islands and his people. This brilliant man stretched the boundaries of communication. He did not accept the traditional Western concept that the journalist must be detached and distant from the subject or the story. Addie loved the subject and the story, which allowed him to convey it in such a manner that others felt connected to it. He spoke for the people, but he empowered the people to speak for themselves. He delivered the news, but he was also the news, because if he said it, we believed it. He understood intuitively that our people need more than facts and information. They need understanding, respect, and love. And this is the task of the journalist, just as it is the task of a theologian or social worker. One of my greatest joys in this role as president was to present to him on this very stage an honorary doctorate degree in humane letters from the University of the Virgin Islands in 2018, which entitled me and the world to call him Dr. Addie Ottley. This honor was bestowed in part because of his unselfish leadership and service to this community during and after Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. But there was an even greater message, which was to say to our students and to the territory, look upon this man and his journey through life, and you will see the best of who we are and what we hope to become. Building on this honor, the university will dedicate a portion of our upcoming Charter Day program on March 18th to sharing with the community how we hope to keep and nurture the legacy of Dr. Addie Ottley alive. He loved UVI, and we love him. How do we honor a great man? We can only truly honor him by striving to be great ourselves. Yet Addie demonstrated that greatness is not defined by what we own and possess, but by the values we embody and manifest in the world. Greatness is not an asset of our positions, but a property of our hearts and souls. When we are great in this manner, then our challenges and weaknesses will not deter our impact on the world. Addie, my beloved friend, was not perfect, but he was perfect for me and perfect for these islands and its people that he so dearly loved. May we stand with his family. May we keep his spirit and legacy alive. May we strive to make our lives better, which was always his greatest dream and desire. May God bless his spirit, the spirit of this great man, and may God comfort all of us as we mourn his loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Next, we have a poem, Footprints in the Sand, by Janine Francis Brown. I'm going to put it this way, the better half of Robbie.
Good afternoon. This poem was one of Addie's favorites. The words of the poem brought him comfort over the years. It helped him put one foot in front of the other as he moved along through life. One night I had a dream. I dreamed I was walking along the beach with the Lord, and across the sky flashed scenes from my life. For each scene, I noticed two sets of footprints in the sand. One belonged to me, and the other to the Lord. When the last scene of my life flashed before us, I looked back at the footprints in the sand. I noticed that many times along the path of my life, there was only one set of footprints. I also noticed that it happened at the very lowest and saddest times of my life. This really bothered me, and I questioned the Lord about it. I said, Lord, you said that once I decided to follow you, you would walk with me all the way. But I noticed that during the most troublesome times of my life, there is only one set of footprints. I don't understand why in times when I needed you the most, you should leave me. The Lord replied, my precious, precious child, I love you, and I would never, never leave you during the times of your trial and suffering. When you saw only one set of footprints, it was then that I carried you. Addie, may you rest in peace.
Thank you, Janine. Next, I'd like to we call the Virgin Islands Songbird, Lorna Freeman, and she'll be singing The Eyes of the Sparrow.
I feel discouraged? And why should the shadows come? And why should my heart feel lonely and long for heaven, my home? When Jesus is my portion, a constant phrase he. Oh, he's on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. His eyes on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. And I see, because I'm happy, and I see, because I'm free. Oh, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. Let not your heart be burdened. He's tender as I and resting on his goodness. I lose all my doubts and fears. He watches me. Oh, and I see, because I'm happy. I see, because I'm free. His eyes on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. Oh, and I see, because I'm happy. Oh, I see, because I'm free. His eyes on the sparrow. And I know He watches. He watches over me. He watches over me.
Lorna, thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful. We can continue our tributes. And I'll ask Dion Parson, who is here with his friends, and I'll tell you who all the friends are in a minute. But Dion, I know you have stories, and I hope some of the stories that you don't tell. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the celebration of life of our dear friend Addie Ottley. When I was asked by the family to give a few words, and I said to myself, what can I say that will not be already said by all of these wonderful folks that came here today to honor his life? And it was my pleasure to put the music together and put a nice tribute musically together for him, and that's what I decided to do. I do hope you all enjoy the music. But I do want to say that I first met Addie when I was in elementary school at Dover School. And I found out last night from my god sister that up until his very end that he was still sponsoring or still adopting a class, no matter her class, Lori's class at Dover School. So that was a tradition that he held for many, many years. Addie was running for the Senate, and that's how I learned about politics as a kid. And he ran for the Senate, and he got in. And fast forward to my college years coming home, I would always see him, and I would be playing performances around, and he would always come and talk to me and ask me what I was doing. And he took an interest in what I was doing, and always supported the music and would tell me to come on the radio, share with the folks what I'm doing. And once I got out of college and started playing professionally, he would just randomly call me. Hey, D, what's going on? What's happening in New York? And I said, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. He said, well, call me, let's get on the radio, call me. The folks need to know what's going on. So I said, cool. Every once in a while I would call, and every once in a while I wouldn't call. And then I would get a phone call like 6 in the morning, and between the daylight saving time, Addie's calling, D, wake up. I need you to talk to the folks. You just came back from Europe. What's going on? And, as a musician, we're going to sleep at 6 in the morning. So that didn't really work out well for me. But we spent a lot of time talking about the music. And then when I decided to transition home and move home and start doing the work at the university and with our youth program, that's when I really got close to Addie. And for some reason, he just every day would call me and say, let's meet, let's have breakfast. And like Peter said, you can't go to the radio station without bringing him breakfast. You can't show up for interview and do not bring Addie breakfast. He will send you for breakfast. So a couple times, you remember, right? A couple times I showed up and running late and didn't have breakfast. You didn't bring me breakfast? Okay, you have a half an hour. I'll push you back in half an hour. So But we spent a lot of time together with our students. He would come to New York. We would be performing at Jazz and Lincoln Center. Addie will be in the back, broadcasting the show live. We would travel around. We would bring musicians down, and he would just call me that morning, hey, grab the musicians, we're going on a boat, and we'll end up in the BVI, just hanging out, showing the musicians a good time. We know he was an advocate for the Virgin Islands. He was an advocate for the people of the Virgin Islands. He invested in people. I'm one of them. I really have to say that a lot of what I'm doing now, Addie helped me to pave the way. He would sit me down and just talk to me and said, if you're gonna do this, you have to call these folks, you have to reach out to these folks, you have to build these relationships. And I thank him for that. I really do thank him for that. He's a major, major contributor to my success here in the Virgin Islands. And I'd like to thank Mary, someone that I've known as a little kid. Oh man, the story is going back with Mary. Robbie and Janine, my son's godparents. It's a lot of history with the Ottley family. So my condolence goes out to you all for your loss. And we will miss Addie. And I just hope that somebody comes along that can fill those enormous shoes that he walked in. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there's a gentleman from St. Croix. Come on up, please. Oh my God. Oh, God. We served in the military together, and I just didn't recognize him. Kel Jones. Oh, that. Okay.
Good afternoon to one and all. My name is Stanley Jones, and I'm the State Chair for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Let me first extend condolences to the Hartley family, from my family, and the children of the late Charles and Estelle Jones of Smith Bay. Particularly, I bring greetings from my brother, Ray Jones, as they would know him on WSTA, Brother Ray, who worked at WSTA with Addie Ottley for over 20 years. On behalf of ESGR Virgin Islands, we extend sincere condolences to the family of Chair Emeritus Ethnil Addie Ottley for his years as a volunteer with ESGR and for all the years he has supported the mission of ESGR in the territory and nationwide. Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve is a Department of Defense program started in 1972 to develop and promote a supportive workforce for service members in the reserve components. This year, 2022, we are celebrating our 50th anniversary. Locally, part of our 50th anniversary celebration will be to recognize the state chairs who have been the driving force behind ESGR here in the territory. One of such chairs is Mr. Addie Ottley, who served the maximum term of 6 years and was given the title Chair Emeritus. Today, as State Chair for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve here in the territory, it is my distinct honor to present to the Hartley family this plaque from the Department of Defense on behalf of our National Chair, Mr. Ron Bogle, and the Executive Director of ESGR, Captain Robert Underhill. The plaque has the emblem from the Department of Defense, United States of America, presented to the Hartley family in honor of their dedicated support of Ethnil Addie Ottley, State Chair for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you very much. Is this one yours or mine? I don't think I can. They just brought up my.
Sorry, didn't recognize you. And talking about recognizing, the other person following now is another person with whom I had the pleasure of serving in the military, Brigadier General Lake. Would you please come up? Timothy Lake. Oh, I'm taking away his job. And we don't want the union to get after me, so I'm going to let him do it.
I heard that. Good afternoon. Robbie, you are a man of your word, I must say. Anyway, to a fellow Savanero, Addie Ottley, my brother, mentor, friend, thank you for your years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and Tuai. Your service during natural and man-made disasters were priceless and can never be repaired. From hurricanes to infrastructure concerns to potholes, noise ordinance, litter acknowledgement, and the promotion of everyday Virgin Islanders here locally and around the world. During my professional development and growth in the military, during war, and my many deployments with the White House Military Office, supporting 3 presidents, the Joint and the Army staff, Addie was there in spirit and at occasions in person. Broadcasting this Virgin Islanders experiences during my change of command as the first African American to command Camp David. During my promotion to Brigadier General and his many meals and stays at my home in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. John F. Kennedy notably stated, ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country, your community. Addie Ottley has definitely lived up to that mantra. On behalf of the people, okay, on behalf of his people, okay, your community around the world at Megan's Bay, Cookie Point Beach, Douches by the Sea, and your fish-loving restaurants and watering holes. Thank you, and thank your family for sharing your dash with us. Rest in peace, my brother. Love for life.
Okay. Lloyd Williams. I think Addie mentioned your name a couple of times today. And there's a couple of things I also know about you, which we're not going to talk about today, but I'll let you talk about it. Lloyd Williams, former senator.
Good afternoon.
Take yours off, I put mine on.
Good afternoon, once again. Mary and the Hartley family, I extend condolences from my wife, my family, and myself. And I'd like to recognize the Honorable Governor and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor and the Senate President. Reese Hodge was there, and I'd like to recognize him also. You know, we are here to honor Addie Ottley and to make sure that his legacy does not die with him, or it does not enter into his bones and thereafter fade away and soon be forgotten. From the time of the announcement of his death, we have been justifiably memorializing his many attributes and his many meaningful contributions. However, let me take a page from some of our cultural bearers in the personages of our Calypsonians. I am not here to repeat the following. One, that Addie Ottley was honored by the legislature in Act 8409, 8509, and a street was named in his honor. I am not here to tell you that he is an icon, that Addie was a proud Savanero. A lot of good came out of Savan, but I'm not here to repeat that. That Addie was one of the first in the VI to graduate from prestigious RCA Institute of Technology in New York, where he cut his teeth from broadcasting. That Addie was one of the first Virgin Islanders to own a radio station. That from that radio station, he was able to impact the lives of many Virgin Islanders in a positive way. That yes, he lived true to his station's logo as the People's Station, representing the voice of the voiceless. No, I am not here to repeat to you that in the wisdom of the university, Addie was bestowed Doctor of Humanity, a title richly deserving of him, that title he wore with great humility. You ask, Lloyd, why are you here if you're not here to say all those nice things? I am here to share with you briefly some experiences that I have had with Ethnil Hartley. Yes, in other words, I am here to give you the other side of the story that show the true character of the man. First, let me give you a little bit of our history. Some of you may have been too young, those in the audience and those listening on the radio or not present. Some of you may have been too young, or some of you may not have been here, or some of you may not have known our history. Our last appointed governor, Ralph Milhouse Paiwanski, and our last appointed government secretary, Cyril Emmanuel King, to put it mildly, could not get along, and they were constantly and publicly at odds. After a bitter-fought election, Melvin Milhouse Evans was elected first governor, and David Mass was elected first lieutenant governor. Governor Evans and Lieutenant Governor Mass were not getting along either. Their fights were mainly behind closed doors. So instead of repeating the same public contention, as Governor Paiwanski and Secretary King, Lieutenant Governor Mass agonized about his political future and was in the process of making a decision immediately. Thereafter, we got word from the legislature that Lieutenant Governor Mass was about to resign and that Governor Melvin Evers wanted Addie C. Ottley as his lieutenant governor. The public announcement was to be made in 1 week. Everyone was to keep the decision a secret. Well, someone let the proverbial cat out of the bag. We all know that we in the Virgin Islands can't keep a secret for too long. At the same time, Governor Melvin Evans was not a popular governor like our present governor. And Addie was a popular rising star within our community. Everybody loved Addie. Addie had a radio station, etc. Well, all hell broke loose from within the Democratic Party and the community against Addie taking the position. Many individuals, Democrats, ICMers, independent voters, and few Republicans expressed their opposition to Addie taking the position. Some even went on his radio station to express this opposition. I was given the task to quote and unquote talk some sense into Addie's head. I did speak to Addie at length. Addie kept repeating that someone had to serve who could represent the will of the people. Addie's mantra, service above self, was deeply embedded in his heart. In spite of the public outcry, Addie accepted the position, and the rest is history. I am also here to tell you that if you think that our first elected governor was unpopular, there was one entity that was unanimously more unpopular in the Virgin Islands. You don't all have to guess. It was WAPA. There was hardly a day that would pass without having a major power outage and the unavailability of water, especially in the different housing projects. A major voting block for us people, us politicians so-called. In light of these major problems, Addie declared that WAPA was his favorite utility and that he would be their advocate. Things got so bad that the administration decided to do something about WAPA. The electrical side of the utility was too great and would cost too much money. So it was decided to solve the water side. The governor sent down an appropriation of $1.5 million to purchase new water plants. $1.5 million in those days was a lot of money. The problem was that the governor wanted to buy water desalination machines from the same company that was giving us the problem. Apparently, the word was spread internationally throughout the desalination marketplace that the U.S. Virgin Islands had $1.5 million to spend on new desalination machines. Word came to me at that time that there was a successful system developed in Israel. I was able to reach out to them and they sent a delegation which made a presentation that impressed some of my fellow colleagues. We eventually purchased the machines, and ever since, we have solved the water problem here in St. Thomas. I was told by Addie that he was not there for the debate, but that one of his employees told him that Senator Lloyd L. Williams was against the bill for WAPA. For over 30 years, Addie was under the impression that I was against the bill for WAPA, and as a result of his impression, he spread the word that I was against WAPA, thus losing me some votes. Last year on WSTA, he represented this misinformation. I called Addie in his cell, I got it, and told him that he was slandering my name with this misinformation. He promised me that if what I told him was so, he would correct the record and that I must call the radio station, and with him on the radio, he would set the record straight. Meanwhile, before the radio conversation, he called James Lewis, the researcher at the legislature, known as the 16th senator. He informed Addie of the truth from the records. Addie was honest and trustworthy and a man of his word to admit that he was in error for over 30 years. This is just another powerful sign of the man and his character. Finally, I must share with you one more thing that Addie Ottley was famous for. That is his enormous and famous appetite. Those around Addie in those days knew that Addie, quote unquote, loved his stomach. I had a CAHS classmate from 1962 who was an employee of mine by the name of Franklin Scobo Francis, who was one of our excellent man cooks. Addie somehow found out about Scobo and his culinary skills. Scobo specialized not in French dainty cuisine, not in Italian dainty cuisine, or Spanish gourmet cooking. I am talking about Virgin Islands cuisine. I am talking about such gourmet cuisine as shark balls. Now you know sharking and balls. But you got to take a special shark, grind it up, and do the balls. And he loved them shark balls. In addition, Scuba did a special shellfish. You had to take out all the meat out of the shellfish and cook it a certain special way. In addition, Scuba used to do special kind, well, the old-fashioned sauce. You know, the old-fashioned sauce. Addie delighted in eating all three. Scuba often would call me to tell me he was preparing food for Addie and that I could get some. This lasted for several years. I was happy to be benefiting from happy appetite. Addie would say, "Good eat, man." That was often his saying. Addie loved the Virgin Islands and our people and our local cuisine. To Addie's delight, these three little dots on the map of the world have produced so many outstanding personalities. And this would put a little meat on what Joel was saying and what Addie, before he died, stood for. We all know that Alexander Hamilton grew up in St. Croix, and he was one of the most influential persons on the development of our nation. We all know about Tim Duncan, who was one of the greatest, if not the greatest power forward in the NBA. We know boxing champions Emil Griffith and Julian Jackson. Diplomat par excellence, Ambassador Terence Stadman. Intellectual giants like Edward Wilmot Blyden, Auguste Rimple, Alfonso Christian Jr., who walk among and represent high potentates, managing billions of dollars. And finally, here at the university, we have had Rhodes Oxford scholars. We have had a number of them. Per capita, I don't know if there is any place in the world that has produced so many talented individuals in so many areas. In closing, and this is especially to the legislature, to the governor, and to the university. In closing, I can think of no greater honor to keep Addie's legacy alive than having the legislature, the governor, and the university creating a chair in the name of Ethnil C. Hartley. A chair in the name of Addie Ottley. So when you go to the university, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years from now, these students will be ambassadors, not only locally, but nationally, internationally, wherever they go, will represent Addie Ottley. Not only because of Addie Ottley, but what he represented. You know, his love for these islands, his love for his people, his sacrifices, all of that. May his legacy live forever. Thank you.
We have to have a few changes in the program because we must move along. So, let's see. Where the food change now? So, I'd like to ask the representative of the delegates representative, Stacy Plastic, could you come forward, please, and make a presentation?
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cletus Clendenin, District Director for Congresswoman Stacy Plaskett, who sends her regards as she's in D.C., of course, doing our work, and so she was not able to be here today. But on behalf of the members of the 117th Congress, and the family and staff of Congresswoman Plaskett, she would like to extend her heartfelt sympathies to the family of Ethnil, Addie Ottley. The Congresswoman was deeply saddened to hear of the passing of a giant in our territory. He was an excellent example of service and dedication to our community. He embodied channeling one's passion through public service to advance one's community. His love for the field of communications and for the Virgin Islands led him to be one of the most beloved radio personalities in our community. As the Congresswoman moved home to St. Croix from New York and Washington, she knew Addie Ottley as a politician. He served as a senator, of course, and as a lieutenant governor. And he loves politics so much that after serving as lieutenant governor, he went back again to be a senator. Either way, his morning conversations, his voice on commercials, his birthday shout-outs, the dispense of community events and politics, provided a very steady voice for us within the community. He was committed to public service and served in many roles, from a VI ambassador to federal agencies to innumerable community organizations and boards. He was a devoted and active Catholic, knighted by the Pope to the Order of St. Gregory. His jovial nature and his distinctive voice will be missed in the territory. And so that's from the Congresswoman. But my piece is, as a young Virgin Islander growing up, going to All Saints School every morning, that's a voice of my youth. Like General Lake said a little while ago, we're on the stage. Today, it's basically a history lesson. It's sad, but what happens at times is sometimes we learn more about people after they pass than when they're alive. So this has been a great history lesson for me. Hearing about all the different things he has done, hearing some of the personal stories like Mr. Williams just talked about, and others. So for being here speaking to this funeral is kind of surreal to me. Addie, to me, was somebody I grew up with, an icon in the community. I used to call in the radio show in the morning, and several times I won the mystery prize and what have you, even though I think my sister won it more than me. Grew up listening to people like him. Just recently passed John Griot, Anita. May they rest in peace as well. People like Brownie, may he rest in peace. Ross Reg, Leona, Danielle, These all, brings back memories of my life as a young Virgin Islander, and I hope that we could spread his message to Virgin Islanders that did not know Addie Ottley in the same way, that did not get to experience his greatness. I also, want to highlight that, Addie touched a lot of lives, several ways. A lot of young people were able to, go through his, work at the radio station to move on to greater things. For example, we have people like, we call him Mellow Shello, but Shell and Turnbull, worked at the station. My sister, Cynthia Clendenin, worked at the station. A good friend of mine, Mark Lindesy, worked at the station, and they all went on to do, great things with their life as well. But either way, again, I would just like to wish condolences to the family and friends, and of course, the wife of Addie Ottley. And thank you all for this opportunity to speak. And again, on behalf of Congresswoman Plaskett, I'd like to wish my condolences to the family and the friends of Ethnil, Addie Ottley. Thank you.
Continuing, in the interest of time, I'd like to introduce right now, invite to the microphone, the President of the Senate, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, President of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, all members of the 34th Legislature present, Mrs. Mary Ottley, Addie's children, family, friends of the late Honorable Dr. Ethnil Addie Ottley. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is with a heavy heart that I offer sympathies on behalf of the members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and my family. Addie encapsulated the essence of the Virgin Islands. He served this community with VI pride as a legislator, lieutenant governor, and on several boards and commissions, and so much more. but he is best known for his work as a media personality. A well-known attorney from St. Thomas once said, Addie is the first native radio icon on St. Thomas. However, over the years, I venture to say he became more than a St. Thomas radio icon. He became a Virgin Islands icon, as he was heard and respected throughout the entire U.S. and British Virgin Islands community, and I would dare and venture to say the Caribbean. His voice, unique and recognizable, was distinctively St. Thomian with a slight proper lilt, which resonated throughout the entire Virgin Islands. Virgin Islanders in the diaspora who utilize the internet and Virgin Islanders here woke up to Addie's voice in the morning on his beloved WSTA, Lucky 13. His morning show has been a mainstay for visitors, locals here and abroad for decades. Addie was also the face and voice of St. Thomas Carnival coverage on Channel 12. Many of us tuned in annually to see Addie in his plaid madras shirt, his signature hats, and of course, with his co-host, Miss Lillian Lily Molinar. Condolences to you too, Lily. And his bright smile as they provided exciting commentary on the Carnival Parade. We're going to miss that. Lily, bring up the rear. He remained in touch with the community, and weekly on Face to Face, he brought many Virgin Islanders face to face with the happenings in the Virgin Islands on his own Channel 12 show, which ran for well over 30 years, with the hurricanes of 2017 placing it on a hiatus, an extended hiatus. Addie meant so much to those of us living here. He was a common voice before, during, and after many hurricane threats and events. Many of us, old and young, looked to him for solace and direction in the aftermath of storms and devastating hurricanes. Addie's impact through the popular WSTA on the community was and remains far-reaching. Before and after cell phones and internet, our community would tune in to hear baseball, news, information, and the opportunity to share concerns on WSTA. He always had, or always seemed to have a solution. And when individuals were being unreasonable, you bet he was not afraid to give them the boot. He gave them the boot. They were not allowed to talk about his U.S. Virgin Islands. The passing of this great Virgin Islands man is no doubt a blow to our community. It is. He loved the Virgin Islands and gave of himself to make his home better for individuals like myself and generations to come. But you know what? We were not short on giving him his flowers while he was alive, and we should be proud of that. He was honored and commended by the legislature on, I believe, more than one occasion, and recently to include a road naming, which I understand will be named finally this week. Thank you, Governor Bryan. He was, I think, Rotary Man of the Year, Paul Harris Fellow, and in 2018, as our president of the university shared with us, he was bestowed the honorary doctorate of human letters from the University of the Virgin Islands, just to name a few. To his wife, Mary Ottley, his children and grandchildren, siblings, the Virgin Islands community is thankful and grateful for the many, many contributions Addie made to our community. Thank you for sharing him with us. He will be forever remembered in the annals of the Virgin Islands history. He will be sorely missed. And one thing I did not hear today, he was a legend in his own right. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gregory Fred. I'd like to now introduce and have to come up for the Lieutenant Governor, Trugenza Roach, or Honorable Trugenza A. Roach, Esquire, the Lieutenant Governor of the United States Virgin Islands.
Looks right. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Good afternoon to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, to the Honorable Senate President, Dr. Donna Fred Gregory, to all the members of the 34th Legislature, to the family of Mr. Ethnil, Addie Ottley, to all those Virgin Islanders and visitors present, and to all those in the listening audiences. It is an immense task to speak of a man, a giant of a Virgin Islander, in just a few minutes. But there are some personal references that I would like to make. First, by extending my condolences to his widow, Miss Mary Ottley, whom I have known since I was a junior high school student, and when I was visit her in Inter-Island department store, and she would give me shirts for grades to support good scholarship. So I thank you, Mary, and I thank the members of the family, especially Addie's children and the extended family, for sharing him with us. One of the things that Addie was a staple on WSTA was the mystery question. Sometimes a mystery tune, sometimes a mystery question. And one day he had this question, and it was, how many 3-island units could you name in the Caribbean? Like 3 island states, right? And so people started, of course, with home. St. Croix, St. John, St. Thomas. And then you went a little to the west, and we had Puerto Rico, Vieques, Culebra. Then to the south, it started St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla. Some people even said Saba, Statia, and Dutch St. Martin. And down further south, Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and of course the ABC, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. And then they stopped. And Addie was like, there's one more. Nobody can get it yet, right? And they were stumped. Because everybody thought of the 2-island one of Antigua and Barbuda, but they had thought that the island that Ras Reg used to joke about, that he had made it up.
Redonda. And so Antigua, Barbuda, Redonda was the last one that nobody had gotten because they thought Ras Reg had made up an island. Now, sometimes you would have people in the community, they would be speaking and they would say, why Addie asking that question? Addie don't know what that is? How he mean? He grew up in Savannah, how come he didn't know what that is? And they mistakenly thought that he was just caught up in this trivia, when in fact, his trivia was actually teaching. Those of us who had not had that great privilege of having as much Caribbean history as we should have, learned about those groupings, and those of us who needed to be reminded of the culture of the Virgin Islands learned from him the references to Mafe and Beignet and red grout, because he considered himself as having this responsibility to share this place and to make sure people understood and valued the cultural references. Other people will tell you, as people have said, about this remarkable voice that could soothe people in moments of catastrophe and could bring a sense of order and a sense of calm whenever that is what our people and our community required. But what I noticed in the last couple of days was that some people did not understand the whole scope of his presence in the public life of the territory. And some people were surprised to hear he had been lieutenant governor and that he had been in the legislature 3 times, right? I don't have the benefit of forgetting, because every single day that I go to my office, there's a wall of portraits. And everybody in the top row is now deceased, beginning with David Moss. Addie Ottley was only the second lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands. Then we have Wang Louis, Henry Millen, Julio Brady, and Derek Hodge. So that entire row is gone. God bless each and every one of them. And then the second row begins with Governor Mapp, James, Los James, Vargrave Richards, Gregory Francis, Oswald Potter, and myself. And just about every single day that I go into that building, I cast my eye at those portraits, because they represent this continuum of investment and goodwill and caring about this territory. And they remind me of the responsibility that I have to the place and to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I think one of the remarkable things that I will hold from Addie is Addie spoke of his home as if it were a personal possession, as if it belonged to him. And if you think of a place as belonging to you, then you would do everything within your power to protect, to cherish, to advance it. I cannot begin to speak of the number of causes that he supported. The Cancer Society, the Rotary, every public charity organization that you could think of. He advanced their work. And in so many ways, this priceless contributions by this giant of a man will make his presence in this territory a timeless one, a memory and a legacy that we will cherish for a very long time, hopefully forever. And all that we can ask is that when we are finished with this passage, that someone speaks of us giving a memorial that we deserve, as in this instance we are doing, giving him the memorial that he deserves for treasuring this place and keeping it safe so that we could inherit it and grasp the responsibility of giving it to another generation. Thank you so very much. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. And keeping up with the change of the program, I'd like now to ask the unparsoned friends to come on board and render the prayer featuring Malvin Gums and Lorna Freeman.
Good afternoon, everyone. This song is dedicated to the family of Mr. Addie Ottley. And it was by special request. We do hope you enjoy it.
I pray you'll be alright and watch us as we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. This be your prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved.
I pray you'll find your love.
I pray we'll find your light
and hold it in our heart.
and hold it in our heart.
When stars go out each night,
The stars go out each night.
reminds us where you are. So let this be our prayer.
Let this be your prayer.
When shadows fill our day.
When shadows fill our day.
Oh, mama, lead us to a place. Oh, my.
Guide us with your grace.
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved.
All worlds where pain and sorrow will be ended, and every heart that's broken will be mended, and we'll remember we are God's children, reaching out to
Another soul to love.
Another soul to love. Let this be our prayer. Let this be our prayer.
Just like every child.
Just like every child needs to find a place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be safe. Needs to find a place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While the Honorable Albert E. Bryan Jr. is making his way to the stage as our next presenter, let me just ask you, as he's doing that, for a round of applause for the wonderful musicians we've had today. On bass, Uriel Rogers. Drums, Dion Parson. Trumpet, DJ Sharon Williams. On saxophone, Lois Taylor and Rowan Creaky both on keyboard. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our governor as he approaches the microphone.
Y'all laughing already. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Senate President, Donna Fred Gregory, members of the legislature, the cabinet, good afternoon, Virgin Islands. It's been a long day. No? Good afternoon, family. So I have to decide while I was sitting there what I was going to be, Papito or the governor today. First, I have to say it's just so wonderful to see you all. It's regretful that you don't see your family for years, and funerals always unite you. My brother has this morbid joke. He's like, every time I threaten not to come see him, he says, the next time all of us together, one of us ain't gonna be breathing. So I go. But we buried a lot of people in the family over the years, and a lot of sad funerals. But this is one where we get to truly celebrate, right? Because we're going to miss Addie, right? And just to let you know who I am, because everybody know me from my Auntie Joan, so that's the Pilgrim side. That's my mother's side of the family. But Ubaldina, that's the man who we know as Bina, is my great-grandmother, who carried me to church, that same church we just came from, made sure I was baptized until I led her to church and she passed away. She had 2 children, Aubrey Ottley and Grace Wilson. Grace Wilson is my grandmother, the green-eyed lady from the Lockhart school, from the Lockhart store. She had one child, and decided not to have any more because her brother had 17. And Peter was so revealing today. Where Peter there? They still said that I live in St. Croix. Peter, well, my God. The man says spoiled. His speech today explained so much about us and Savan because Addie was a prince of Savan, My father was the only child, so he was a prince of Savan.
And I was my grandmother eyeball, so of course, yes, I was a little spoiled. My mother had to remind her that she actually had 3 more grandchildren. She wouldn't even acknowledge them. Of course, you all could see why. and my brother would say exactly what Peter say. Papito, I get everything, you know. I had my own room in my grandmother's house, and all the rest of them had to share a room. But growing up on the hill, I want to first thank Addie for my wonderful cousins, the whole Ottley family, because, you know, back in them days, we used to babysit one another. Everybody would drop their kids off to Mama Iris' house, and she would figure out how to feed them. Or we would feed ourselves. And we had so many. I listened to people about their childhoods, you know, and some people are in therapy and stuff for it. But my childhood was like so good. I mean, we didn't have any toys. We had to build all of them, right? We built all our toys. Our favorite toy was a piece of Formica sliding down the hill on it. And we didn't have like any place flat because they didn't let us go too far. So we used to play baseball right on a hill up from Sydney George, scraping together to get 10 cents to get special. Everybody wanted their own. You had a quart, it was very special. And you know, Addie, the whole Ottley family, of course, was my father was born in 42. Addie was born in 41. So I mean, they all grew up like brothers, Flavie, Bernard, Andre, all of them, you know, grew up like brothers. But Addie was larger than life. And I could tell you without any doubt, I would not be here as governor of the Virgin Islands if it weren't for Addie. Because I checked back to see when he was appointed. I was 5 years old. I remember that black car coming up, him being the lieutenant governor in 1973. I was like, wow, you know. And he was always busy. And, you know, if he would come by Mama, he in for 2 minutes, he jump and he gone again. He had a driver there and he picked up, I think it was me, Andre, Alan, a couple of us. We were going somewhere. And he had like a car in the phone. I was like, wow. It's like 1973. So you know he was important. And then he always like smelled good. I was like, I want to be like that. And he was always sharp, right? And he was handsome. So I was like, I wanted to be Addie Ottley. Listen how impactful. 5 years old, you know. And most of all, he had a pretty wife. I said, I'm going to get a pretty wife too. And this is my mind at 5 years old thinking about this. And every Saturday, all the brothers would come by Mama and cuss about politics and clean fish. You know, those were great days. And that lasting impression, you could think about that. Addie came, started on a ham radio. And like all of us have radio in our blood. I mean, you know, Robbie and me have it probably the worst. Peter and Paul, you know, great memories from my childhood growing up with the Kool-Aid Kid. We remember that. I mean, we had a lot of laughs living on the hill with Amir Dio, Gilmore Estrel, who just passed. We grew up as like one family up there. And everybody knew us in the neighborhood, so we could get into trouble and we had ample licks. But Addie never used to beat anybody. Flavito beating us all the time. And Mama used to protect us from them all the time. But you know, that culture and that radio bug went on to Peter, the entire family. Andre used to be on the road, on the radio all the time. Me, I mean, moving to St. Croix, you know, radio and music. And then Robbie, you know, Robbie is his stepson. And Robbie is the most like Addie, you know. He wanted to be everywhere and everybody have to know him, you know. You know, when Alan, because remember Alan, well, y'all wouldn't remember, Alan and Andre and Frida and Angie, their mother lived in Indiana, so they would, when they come in for the summer, it would just be like so great because they're going to bring all the new dance them and things so we could learn them before everybody else. And then we would have more kids to play with for like the whole summer, so they were good. And then Robbie and KK got added to the score when he got married to Mary, and Robbie and me grew up together. You know, Addie was the first time I ever see like a whole $50. He gave it to Robbie Foster line one weekend. I was like, wow, this is like 1976. Robbie spoiled too. He's a prince too. And you hear Karen, that's true. And he wasn't even the oldest. Me and Addie's the oldest. I didn't realize that Addie was Iris' oldest child. And Magali and Lenore used to be with us, help making sure we don't get in too much trouble and burn down the house. But all of that richness is what he brought, and he brought that to us and we love radio. I mean, I've been in radio in the States. I had a college radio show when I was in the States. I wanted to be like Addie, and even in St. Croix, and then I realized that I wanted to be a politician. At first, it's like a senator, but then, why not go for the best? If you're going to do it, right? And here I am. And he emulated that. The other thing that I realized is there's a whole era, and I would be remiss if I don't mention my cousin Alan, because Alan was the glue of our family. Addie's son gave him a kidney. I mean, gave him a kidney. I know Alan's smiling today because he's back with his father again, and Brownie and everybody else, everybody happy. But the Virgin Islands would never be the same because Addie brought such light. I remember being here for Brownie funeral, and there's an end of an era for us. It was an era where, like Tregenza said, it was like his island, and now it seems like the islands belong to somebody else. Since we always beating on it all the time, whoever is running it. It's the end of an era where radio personalities used to make you feel good every morning, not talk about everything that's wrong all the time. You get so sometimes you don't think there's anything good. You see, another thing I get from Addie was my optimism. I never realized it, but listening to Brownie and him all the time, they were always in a good mood. They were always could make a laugh, and they could always figure out a way to make it better. Helping and giving back to your community. When you look at Addie's life and what he's done, it's like what everyone should do. I mean, he just retired from the radio like a month or two ago. You should ring out. You know how the toothpaste will be the day before payday? Don't act like y'all don't know. When you cut out the bottom of the toothpaste with a scissors, and ring it around. That's what Addie do out of life, And every time, Yolanda comes to St. Thomas, she understands me a little bit more. And she reads there's no time to sleep. There's so much to be done, so many places to go, so many people to see all the time. So I thank you, Mary, for sharing him with us, because, he was always gone. You never find Addie home. He's like, you go home to sleep. That's it. He was always doing something for someone. I think all of us need to embrace that. And, it was so good to see Senator Williams today. Where he gone? He left? It was great to see him. Thank you, sir. I give him a round of applause. This is our legacy. Back in the day, I know I'm talking long and you want to go, but I had a lot to say. Back in the day, we wanted to be Roebuck and Williams, and we wanted to be Addie and Evans, and we wanted to be those people. Those were our heroes. Now we got some weird heroes. I see one sliding down a pole going to hell the other day, walking up with the devil. We didn't have that. We had the people in our community that made it rich. We had a community called Savan where everybody knew one another and looked out for one another. We had people like Addie that was emulating what each and every one of us wanted to be. We had people like him who set the icon because his father was a great man. We couldn't even talk to Aubrey. He was like, he'd sit down with his cigar and paint. Look, Tony laughing. Y'all know we were scared of him. He was a postmaster. That was a big deal. Addie stepped out from his shadow and made his own way, as did many of his sons and daughters. They made their own way. And today, we put to rest a true king, a king of the Virgin Islands, king of his people, a mentor, father, husband, uncle, cousin, somebody who will always be remembered. Like I say, it's almost like a weird movie where at 5 you decided to do something and you know, 49 years later, you stand presiding over the person who's probably had one of the most impactful people in your life at their funeral as the governor of the Virgin Islands. It's a humbling moment for me, as it is for the entire Virgin Islands. God bless you, Addie. Rest in peace. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone for coming, for being so patient and enduring. Thank you very much. So we're just going to do right now, People Like You, our Ezek song. Okay? Leslie Reimer, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain. There's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. When your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you try to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place for people like you. People like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, yeah, there's a place up there for people like you.